Hello everybody, it's your boy NoukonNeko, your perfect virtual feline friend, and perfect good vibes. Today we are here to play some more Genshin Impact, and I am feeling a lot more better than I did yesterday. Oh yeah, like, it's like night and day how much more energetic I feel compared to yesterday. I was like trying to play when I was already like not like 100% feeling a little bit tired, and it just gradually got worse as I kept going, but definitely should be able to play longer today. And yeah, the plan for today is to, you know, get Sparabus done, since that's kind of getting close to resetting soon. So get that done, and hopefully if it doesn't take too long enough, then I can continue doing some more of Fontaine's Archon story, the main story. But yeah, I'll keep my fingers crossed. I mean, this Sparabus, I remember it was kind of easy. It'd be easy for this one and the next one, and then I don't know what's gonna happen afterwards. But there was one problem I remember from the last one I did this. I did have to do the floor 12 twice and switch the other teams around to get all the stars. I wonder if I can get it all in one try this time, so that's the big question. If I can, then I will be done a lot more quicker than I did the first attempt for this, but we'll see. But even the first attempt was still kind of quick. Let's see. Yeah, we usually always took the left one, except for maybe the last chamber. Okay, luckily I already did, you know, I had that team set up from last night, so it's not a complete waste going right here last night. So
whirling snow. Let's get done with this.
Subject. Test subject.
Coming to art.
hey, cool. That was a really good combo that I tried for the first time. And hello, Hellfire. It's been a while since I last saw you, but I guess it's been a while since I've been streaming for you, I guess. Yeah, like, I mean, big trip. Streamed a little bit for when I came back. Took another little break because I was like feeling under the weather, kind of a bit sick. I had like a little cold, and now I'm back again. So yeah, I guess that would probably explain why I haven't seen you for a while. But yeah, how have you been?
The perfect distance.
One with nature, as one with wind and cloud.
Well, everybody's been well since I've been gone.
Hear me. Crush. Vengeance will be mine.
Yeah, and I did stream a couple like days ago, right? A Baldur's Gate stream and then a Genshin stream last night, but like the last night one was barely anything. It's like only an hour long because of how I was really overestimating what I could do that night. I was hoping to at least do 2 hours. Nope, my body was like screaming after an hour. It's like, oh, you gotta go to sleep. You're really tired. It's been a while playing Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, you know, I've been wanting to kind of go back and play a bit more Monster Hunter Rise eventually, because, you know, I think they released the final content there, finished the story there. I feel completely done, but yeah, I just wanted to catch up on Genshin first before I kind of venture off to other games. But one thing I have been doing is I have been playing Monster Hunter Now. Have you tried that? A little fun experiment.
Let's play. Think you can get away? We're not gliding. Hold the line.
Yeah, Monster Hunter Now is like very similar to, you know, all the other Monster Hunter games, but just one, the hunts are way shorter. Way shorter.
Brace yourself.
This is gonna be problematic. I should have actually switched the teams.
Whirling snow.
I could try to use normal attack to take this ice slime shield down. Crazy that I can. Ouch.
So rude.
Problem is I can't dodge. Okay, cool.
Another test.
Quietly now. Yahoo! Time for takeoff. Allow me. Take flight. Sakura swirl.
Picked the wrong test.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't like about Monster Hunter Now is it takes a while to be able to unlock better weapons. You begin with a sword and shield and you are stuck with that for a long time. Unless you actually walk around pretty frequently yourself.
There is no escape.
Yeah, you definitely can speed up the game if you kind of go around and walk.
Adorn my night.
But I've been kind of playing very stationary when it comes to that game. I have walked a couple times though. Just probably not as often as a lot of people would normally do if you are trying to play it seriously. But I think the problem I have with Monster Hunter Now is the neighborhood I walk in doesn't have really good cellular connection.
One with wind.
So I can't even play it properly even when I walk.
Wind, hear me.
I would have to go pretty far or go somewhere completely different just to play the game effectively.
Here we go.
Oh, that came a little bit late.
Get away. Rest and rebuild. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think also the other problem I have with Monster Hunter Now is it takes a while before you feel like the game gets challenging. Like everything in the beginning is really easy, and like again, if you don't walk around a lot, you're stuck at the beginning for a while. Just imagine fighting a bunch of Kulaku and Yankukuts for a really long time. I'm still stuck with that. I haven't found Rathalos yet or anything around that level. But one thing I will say is it's not a game that you can binge play. It's a game that you only can play a little bit at a time unless you walk. So if you don't walk too much, I would recommend starting early on it. Kind of busy, just start streaming just today for a bit and trying to get the hang. Oh, you're starting to stream. Well, congrats. You're a content creator now.
Shine down.
Yeah, I think the hard part with streaming is just having a consistent schedule. I think that's very important because people like to watch people who stream pretty often.
I swear by my sword. Shut up.
And I think the more frequent you could stream, the better.
No escape.
But you will have days where you feel like it's kind of like a good time to stream. Either you're too tired or just not feeling it, right? But for me, I kind of figured that, you know, I like playing games, and if I gotta play games, it's not that much more extra to stream. So that's kind of how I do it. It's just kind of fun having other people to talk to. That's the advantage of streaming. Hola? Is that what you're trying to say, David? Or Yohalo? Yoholo? Does that actually mean something in a different language? That's not a language I would know. Or is it Yaholo? Yeah, that's probably Yaholo, right? Why is Levete turn to green and use a bow? What? Are you talking about Venti? Okay, wait. I need to think. Teams. You like definitely. Characters do 50% damage affected by Hydro. Dendro. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and use a Nila team on the top, and then I guess a Yaku team on the bottom that's a little more focused on kind of DPS. So let me see if I can remember how to do this. I think it's Nilu, Nahida, Kole, or you know what? It's probably easy enough for me to go ahead and use Kirara and then Barbara. Then, oops. I mean, I could use Eula and Raiden. That still works. But, you know, Ayaka's kind of my comfy character to play, pretty much use. More DPS oriented. So, I mean, that still kind of works either way. Right? As long as there's no, like, freeze immune enemies on the bottom. Yeah, we're fine. Start streaming for your Xbox. You're playing Apex. Ooh, Apex is a hard game to kind of do well. It took my friends a long time. I tried like once ever, but yeah, the problem is I'm just not a battle royale person. I mean, I can be. I think it's just it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to get good, and at time I kind of rather play other games because there's a lot of like I prefer really good stories, right? And you know, battle royals aren't one of those, right? That's just really skill focused type of game. But I guess if I ever have more time and get all these other games that I kind of want to play done, then maybe I could try a little bit of Apex one of these days. Just haven't had the time now.
Let's move.
Sharing my knowledge. Here.
Was it done? You need to hurry up.
Let the show begin. Let's be fearless.
Too low.
Okay. I'm just trying to remember the order of everything I need to do.
One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night.
Allow me. Game's up. Fun's over. My apologies.
Kind of been forgetting to use Yolan's ability for burst. It's like I feel like I'm missing something, but I guess I was relying a lot on Kokimi's Hydra application. Number 2.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom.
Forget to use this often too. Stroll around. It's less effective when there's less enemies. There's also the enemy right here. They're Dendro.
Oh, everyone hold hands. Positions.
Oh wait, are they immune? Gotta rely on the blooms. I just gotta switch between Hydro and Dendro, make sure they actually apply on them.
Let's dance. I see everything.
Okay, this is problematic. I wasn't expecting this. Actually, I think they're immune to bloom as well. Wait. It's just probably attack with physical attack at that point.
I'll protect us. Go! Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves at home. Here.
These mushrooms, on our hand, I think they're not as immune as the specters are. Yeah. Okay, that's nice to know in the future. A couple, but problematic.
Rest and rebuild.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Go back in. Use this again.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
And I guess drop this out as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Third chamber. Hello, imaginary. Welcome to my stream. It's surprising how many people find me on Twitch sometimes. Let's see. Chamber 3. That's less. I barely go less than 50% HP, so I can't take advantage of that buff.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Hey.
Okay, all marked. Oh, I actually didn't mark the crocodile. I guess it's a little bit too early.
With the wings. Red delivery.
But it doesn't matter. They all went down pretty quickly.
Hold the line.
Oh, ouch.
The wind knows me. Time to get the clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Where'd the other one go?
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
It's kind of hard to see against these guys, huh? Okay, done. We're now on floor 11. So this is where it gets a little more tricky, and I know to be careful with those cryo specters. Which means I think Eula and Raiden probably wants to be at the bottom right off the bat. Keep Eula at the top, especially when there's thunder enemies on the top anyways. Okay, that's the plan. Kokumi has been really nice in my team so far. It's been a really good pick. Yeah, I needed like a really good Hydra applicator and healer, and she was the one that did that for me. Barbara can heal, but she can't apply as much as Kokumi, so even though their roles are very similar, it's just not enough from what I really needed. Okay, for Eula and Raiden, I guess they still want Kazuha, so let me let go of Kazuha up there and put Venti instead. And then... Oops. Jean and Kazuha? I think... that would do. It's kind of hard for me to, like, for Jean's slot, there's a lot of slot characters I could put instead in that slot. I could either put Mika or Bennett. They're all really good. Problem with Bennett is he doesn't heal as much as Jean does, and I think sometimes his There's another problem. Oh, energy. Energy is a problem, right? Because he doesn't have resonance with any other character in the party. Vegeta have resonance with Kaza, or even with Mika. He have resonance with Eula right there, so less energy problems with those two characters. But you do get the damage buff from Bennett, which is the big benefit with using him, and Pyro whenever you're fighting against crowd enemies. Okay, this is defend.
Brace yourself. Think you can get away?
Busted.
Allow me.
No.
Ouch.
Here comes the cat.
Got the explode. Okay, I should probably recast this.
Gotcha.
Oh, I actually went with blue this time.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Usually they would take the power over Hydro. Somehow I got that to work.
Let's move out. Brace yourself. Think you can get away?
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Whirling snow.
Okay, cool. And hopefully this team has it easy too.
One with nature.
You know, with crowd controllers in this particular mode, it's not too bad.
Barbados. Madness. Crush. Flood of frost.
I do wish I have a better place to kind of suck them in, even though the center is like probably the best because it's like in between all of them. It's also the most dangerous because that's where you don't want them to be.
Adorn my night. The wind knows me.
Wind, hear me. Shine down. Inazuma shines each
As long as I defeat them very quickly, it'll be okay. As long as they don't explode.
illusion shattered.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call.
I swear by my sword. Beg for mercy.
Uh-oh. Flower. Where? Oh, 65%.
Shudder. There is no escape.
This guy is just sitting out of my range right now.
Wind and cloud. Into the wind.
Ooh, barely. They're like kind of like sitting a little outside of Kazu's suction range. So I'm like crowd control range, but it's okay. Still made it anyways.
Let's play.
Not what I meant to do.
Time for takeoff.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey. Take flight. Embrace the ice. Yeah.
Where? Over here.
Rest and rebuild. Here we go.
Forget if I can suck these guys. I don't think so.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Whirling snow. Sakura swirl.
Easy, easy. Yeah, earlier when I used Venti's like giant hold skill, that's mainly because I thought I was using Kazuha.
Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Shine down!
One with nature, as one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
I swear by my sword! Torn to oblivion!
Huh?
Illusion shot!
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call.
Wind!
That's enough energy.
Shudder! Flood of frost! More speed! Rack and ruin! Crush!
There you go. Final chamber. Going smoothly so far. I don't need more defense.
Let's get you.
Allow me.
Okay, it's just you three.
Play. Time.
Not a problem.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
My apologies.
Just you? Oh no, I thought so. There should be at least one more.
Rest and read. Here we go. Think you can
I need
get
to
away?
pull you guys together.
Easy. Things are about to get dicey.
Take flight. Coming to art. So that's
Nice. It's kind of hard to beat that. Getting pulled together and getting hit by Yako's bursts by getting crowd controlled and frozen at the exact same time. It's a really good combo, especially if the enemy can be pulled. And what enemy this was? Oh,
No escape!
Wind strike. As one with wind and cloud.
what? Jean's dead. When did Jean die? What?
Vengeance will be mine!
Okay, I gotta dodge.
Beg for mercy! Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
Yeah, when did she die? She's not even a healer. She has so much health.
Sword! Shine down!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Good grief! Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Almost there. Woo. Okay, that was that could have been a bit more dangerous. I didn't even know when I lost Jean. Back? I was like, why can't Sister Jean when I was using Kaza? She just mysteriously died. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't remember at all at what time she could have died. Because most of the time, I just pop into her, use her healing, and switch to the next character. And that's like a very small window to die, especially after you just fully healed too. But oh, okay. Final floor. This is where things get really tricky. It could go. It could go well. I mean, I know I can get max stars, so at least I know that much. It's just a matter of what I can do in one run. So I think the struggle was, yeah, there's a bunch of enemies at the bottom. And I obviously using a crew that could do lots of crowd control is crucial for the bottom part and the first two, but the top one has that exact same problem in the final floor. But maybe if I use crowd control, but then the problem is these first two halves have bosses at the top. So you kind of want DPS. So I'll go Kenki, Emperor of Fire and Iron. And then you have the boss at the very end. Pyrocylinder, Airmite. Trying to think about all the elements being needed for this too. Mechs. Ice Wind, Sweet Nemesis, Accomplice. I feel like what I did last time was I did this, at least for the first half. I used a Yaka Hyper Bloom comp. Well, it's more like Hyper Fridge, but that's just the more correct terminology. Oops. Let me think. Cookie. That's what I'm looking for. Cookie, and then Mahita. Really good for bossing, but not so much against, you know, these small minions at the end. Which is what I'm worried about. I don't think it can be helped if I want to do really well. Oh, but you know, if I focus on beating the third chamber first, it will probably be better. Is that way the second time I do this, I don't need to go all the way back to the third chamber to beat it. I can just worry about the first two. So if anything, yeah, I want to focus on AoE at the very first attempt. So we won't pull off Hyper Bloom quite yet. Could just stick with AoE. Top. Single target at the bottom? Okay, no matter what, I want Yulan right on the bottom, just because the enemy in the bottom is the Ice Wind Sweet Nemesis, so I think that's supposed to be an ice or wind enemy. Either way, not great for Yaka being the bottom, so no matter what, Yulan right now has to be at the bottom. And I think that would do. Yeah, that would do. And then the next half, I'll use Hyper Bloom if this team can't pull it off. This team should be able to pull off the third chamber pretty well. Okay.
Time for takeoff.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
Whirling snow. Sakura swirl.
Nice. Hit the threshold already. Ouch.
Allow me. Covenant of the Deep. Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Quietly now. These are about to get...
My apologies.
Ouch. That's kind of hard to dodge.
Take flight.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Remains.
I didn't know where he went. Didn't know he was behind me.
Time Time for takeoff.
Here comes the catch. Kamisato out. Sumetsu. Unthinkable.
Hold the line.
Here we go. Busted. Game's up. Fun's over. My apologies.
Do you think maybe it might be... I hate that move with a passion. I couldn't tell where he was, and I, saw his mirror image. The mirror image still hurts too. You need to dodge both of them. It keeps on like dodging into my blind spot. But wait, before I even continue, I think it's actually better for me to pull in Diona into my team instead of Kokimi, even though I like Kokimi so much in AoE situations. With Venti is actually not a big deal. Let's go and collect these as well. Right, but the more important thing is I have a lot more energy regeneration to have Diona in my team instead of Kokimi. And also more shielding as well. It's just a little bit less hydro application. That's the trade-off. And then same team in the bottom. Right? Kazuha is a must. Yeah, I need the survival ability, so Jean's better than Bennett. If Mika was a bit more higher constellation, then he'd be an easy pick for that team, but just not this time around. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the order.
Think you can bully me? Look at you! Brace yourselves. Think you can get away?
Here comes the catch. Take flight. Embrace the ice.
Yeah, I can guard it like that right there, for example.
Time for takeoff.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey. Whirling snow.
Teleport.
My apologies. Shaken and stirred. Think you can bully me? Can't handle it. Brace yourselves.
Yeah, I don't need to use burst so much because I'm not really trying to gather them. It does some damage, but not too crazy damage. Shoot, that's what I was worried about.
My apologies.
Okay, that was not too bad right there. Still did a lot of damage while we're giving a lot of time for this team. Just need to think of the order. Okay.
Shine down.
Shoot. They're a little bit split.
The birds come.
Okay, I'll worry about these two first.
Shudder. Blood of frost. Eye for an eye. There is no escape.
Into the wind.
I guess you really don't want to let these guys
Burn my night.
ignore them too long. Or else to do more damage, get more buffer.
Torn to oblivion.
Okay, I think a whole minute for this crew, then be in a really good spot.
Shine down.
One with nature. As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
I swear by my sword. Crush. Vengeance will be mine.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
There is no escape.
Still alive, right? Yes, you are.
With nature. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Ah, there you go. I guess it's just a little bit early.
Inazuma shines eternal. Ha ha.
Nice. Good timing. So, first chamber was really well done. Even though not having a bloom in my first team. Take the crits. See if I could do the same here. That sneak attack.
Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Water is going to be important here.
Get tight.
Whirling snow! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Ta! Ha! My apologies.
Oh boy, I was trying to dodge. I guess I dodged a bit too early. Yeah, I haven't really fought this guy in a, I guess, a fair footing. I gotta nuke this guy all the time out in the actual world. Okay.
Can't handle your dream. Huh? Shaken and stirred.
Busted.
I'm gonna do that just for the energy, but I'm skipping
Here comes the catch.
Venti's burst because I feel like that's just too much animation wasted for how much I'm kind of gaining for it.
Yeah! Whirling snow! Yeah! Pardon my...
That does so much damage. I almost feel like I'm playing Elden Ring with this guy. Okay, for that.
Quietly now.
More energy.
Easy.
What? Energy.
Game's up. Runs over. Busted.
My apologies. Ha! Yeah!
Oh my god. It's such a wide range. I think I did dodge a little bit of it, but like the aftermath also hurt me right there. It's like hoping with Iona's shield it wouldn't be so bad.
Can't handle your dream.
Quietly now.
What?
Let's play.
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
Whirling snow. Yeah! Ha! Ha! Pardon my...
Oh my god, that just keeps happening. Okay, well, I just need to be a little more efficient with my skill usages.
Shaken and stirred. Sayonara.
Here comes the catch.
So I'm like trying to build enough of a Yakko's burst so I could just hit him hard while I was trying to do that attack on me.
Bully me.
Here, I'm just gonna guard it like here, just to be safe.
My apologies. Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah!
Probably a good time to use this when he's stuck right there.
Can't handle your dream. Huh? Brace yourself.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Whirling snow. Ha!
Ah, I'm too weak for that this time. Ooh.
And stir.
Still burns, I gotta be careful still.
Special. Let's play.
Busted. Game's up. Runs over.
Take flight. Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Oh no, ho ho ho, I was trying to guard that. It's doing so well. Okay.
Where'd that come from? Think you can bully me?
I know, that's what I want to know. I feel like I always forget he's gonna do that.
Here we go.
Gotcha. Things are about to get tight. Whirling snow! Take flight!
I think it moves around that much, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do this.
Think you can bully me? Can't handle your drink. Let's play.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Whirling snow.
That prevented him from erupting that time.
Bully me, Diana special. Yahoo!
So he missed.
Coming
And then drop this out.
Shaken and stirred. Think you can bully me? Look at you, Fontaine. Brace yourself.
Gotcha. Things are about to get tight. Take flight.
Shaken and stirred. Think you can bully me? Diana special.
Kind of want to heal a little bit.
Here we go.
Busted. Here comes the catch.
Whirling snow. Sakura swirl.
Yeah, that one took a lot of time to kind of beat. I don't know if this team have enough time, but they have a minute to be a group of enemies.
Down.
Told. The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud. Bloom as the flowers in
Swear by my sword.
Insolent torn to oblivion.
Oh, there you are. I was like, I hear another enemy. Oh, there's still two of them left.
eternal oasis into the wind.
Okay, if this is the only group, then we're good. If this is another group, then we're doomed.
Hear me.
But I can always come back
Freeze to
later if that's the case.
yeah, more speed.
Oh yeah, definitely doomed.
Crush. Shine down.
One with nature.
As one with wind and cloud.
Barbados. Guide us. Beg for mercy. Yeah. Now you shall perish. Transcend all constraints.
Ooh, wow, Ryan almost died right there. Yeah, I'm glad I got past the crab. So I'll just keep going forward. I'll come back later.
Care for a dance?
Quietly now.
Dance with me!
Think you can bully me? Can't handle your drink. Brace yourself. Time for takeoff.
Take it easy. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
My apologies! Not done yet!
They're almost weak. There might be another group. Most likely another group.
The curtain falls.
What? What'd you go?
Think you can get away?
Diana special.
Here comes the catch.
They really do not want to stick together for me.
Sometsu!
That guy just dodged my attack by a little bit. But okay. Thought there was a third person, but that's not bad time. This team needs to beat their boss quickly.
No
no escape! Wind strider! Fallen leaves! Adorn my night!
Wait, hear me. Shudder. Vengeance will be mine. Rack and ruin. Yeah.
Nice. Choke down.
Crush.
Wind strider! As one with wind and cloud!
Go as flat.
Oh, please. Oh, not good. Not good.
Barely a splash. I swear by
Ooh, close.
shine down. Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered.
Oh, I'm short in energy. Well, I guess it's because I'm not finding as much enemy.
The birds call!
Go as flat. Barbados. Guide. Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye. Ha. Ra. Ha. T. Crush. Ha.
Okay, I did a lot of damage right there. Might be able to end it right here. Am I fast enough? Nice. Whew. Chamber 3 max stars. So I just need to go back to chamber 2. So far, it's kind of going the way I'm thinking it's going. Yeah, I figured the crab is a bit hard unless I have a more proper team for it. So I just need to go back with the Hyper Bloom team, then everything should be really good. Cookie and Nahida. And then I think the team in the bottom can actually remain mostly the same. Okay. My ordering is a little bit different.
Minute to memory. Share my knowledge.
Gangs up. Fun zone.
My apologies. Sakura swirl.
Grow, grow, grow.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Stand with me. Take flight.
This team has a higher chance for DPS potential, so it should beat this guy much more easier than the previous setup I had.
So rude.
Ouch, ouch. Just a little more. Whew. Okay. Yeah, a lot more easier, that's for sure. And this team should have an easy time. They've done this already, and you have even more time than the last round. But also, since I already got 3-star in this round, we don't need to be pressured to do really well here. If anything, I just need to make sure by the time I hit the second chamber that all the teams have a lot of their energy all built up.
Well met. Illusion shattered.
Could have been bad.
Clouds high. The birds call!
That's the reason why I do say that having Jean right here instead of Bennett healing is really crucial, just because she's able to
Now you shall perish.
heal everybody instead of the person on the field.
There is no escape.
One with nature!
Maybe I just aim for the little guys, because I feel like the mech is going to go towards me anyways.
Shudder. Freeze to the core. Crush. Illusion shattered.
Ouch.
Clouds high. The birds call!
Just debating on whether I should conserve Okay. I think they have enough energy. Floor 12. Okay, yeah. So here is where I need to do better against the crab. And for sure, Hyper Bloom should handle against the crab way better. And I could even... Yeah, I'd probably stick with the crit. Ah, I didn't get tricked this time.
Busted. These are about to get dicey.
Our bond is strong. Lightning.
As well, I need to break that shield somehow.
Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Hyper Bloom is just too good for bossing.
Share my knowledge.
Ouch.
Dissipate. Take flight.
Shielding up again. Not that it matters. See? Way faster. Think about all those times I died by that crab in the beginning. Just by having really high DPS, it just speeds things up. Make it easier. Now this team have 2 minutes, they're 1 minute, which is plenty.
Wind strike. Bloom is the flowers and Gura.
Just don't know how Jean died.
Blood of frost.
So I just gotta be careful for whatever happened. Not that it matters, I think as long as we beat the...
Beg for mercy.
Ooh, I didn't get this person in. I was trying to go right in the middle.
Clouds high. The birds bloom is the flowers and Gura.
Wind, hear me.
Another group, so I just need the...
Oasis at long last.
Where? Right here.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion.
Kinda wish I pulled them in together a little bit more.
There is no issue.
The wind knows me. As one with wind
I
and
just didn't have energy right when they appear. I was in the middle rotation, but it's still fine. I have a minute and this is plenty of time. And there you go. That's max stars. We are fine to leave at this point. I wonder how long that actually took. It took me an hour, so not too bad. A little bit longer than I thought it would take. Leave. Huh? Not leave, I need to abandon it and just collect the reward. There you go. Completely cleared Spiral Abyss. And I'm trying to think of what I could tell myself, my future self, for the next time I do this, but I feel like there's no way to really go around it. You just have to have a lot of AoE to handle that third floor. Yeah, I kind of need the Kazuha there and Venti both there to kind of do well. Maybe if I did like a Needle Bloom team at the top, it might work. Okay, maybe that's one thing I could try next time. But yeah, it probably can't hurt. It probably would either be on par or better at the most. At least, I mean. But okay, so at this point, I can go ahead and continue doing the Fontaine main story since I got Spiral Abyss out of the way and I have a little bit more time. So where was I in the story? I need to go here. What happened last time? Last time, I'm trying to remember. We were accused of illegally bringing a flying object, or flying an object without a permit, or something like that. In Fontaine, which is Paimon gonna get me in trouble. And a pair of magicians, Lynette and Lenny. Lenny and Lynette, I think that's their name. Their names are similar. I remember that much. Lynette is definitely one of the characters. I think Lenny. Is it Lenny? I think it's Lenny. If it's not Lenny, then I'm sorry. But those two magicians, similar magicians, kind of saved me. They kind of predicted what was gonna happen and managed to save me from an unfair trial by being kind of witty themselves. And then guess we're helping the magicians spread some kind of little storage device, almost like a bag of holding, to the people because they're worried about the flooding that was going around town. I think that's where we were in the story. And we are visiting certain people to gather materials to create those bags of holding. Might be helpful if I actually mark it. There you go.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Lenny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
What?
How can trials produce energy?
That's crazy. So the more justice being done by the city powers up the city's machinery? That's unheard of.
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Fenty and Nahida both said the gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
What? 50% is a possibility, but 70% sounds impossible if you needed a whole month to kind of get that much money.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Yeah, it does sound like a usual case of someone owing somebody else money.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
This is karma right here.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
You sure seem to have run into a lot of friends today. Oh, we sure, not you. Wait, who have we met so far? I mean, isn't it just the magicians? I don't think we met anybody else outside of Fontaine. Besides Child so far. Unless you count the people in Sumeru, I guess, before we went here.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
I think we already weathered enough storms for now. I don't I don't mind a little something every now and then. Yeah, I'm not really that kind of type of person.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
He's gonna fight with the wrong person.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Okay, sure. Go ahead, they're all yours.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Ah, no cool animations. Oh wait, no, I'm doing the fight. That was just gonna be like, oh, they're just all beaten already.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Huh?
Now's my chance!
I mean, he's already strong without vision already, so...
That was weird.
What just happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
I mean, they are in Fontaine, where the Hydro Archon
Never mind.
is.
It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
You better not use your delusion too often.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
About this power, do you have an idea where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Very possible that the power inside you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Didn't we? I'm trying to remember. There was a toy event. They were literally talking about that duelist right there. But I guess that was not part of the main story, so we don't know about it yet. Even though we were supposed to already know it, I guess, for the event itself, and not the other way around.
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist.
Trial by combat.
The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Wonder how many there are.
Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Yeah, it's kind of making me interested in seeing this character myself. When we met the Hydra Archon.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
Really? What?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now.
I mean, it's one thing to, like, keep it somewhere away from the duel, but handing it to me? I guess you trust me quite a bit.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Ah.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Is it kind of problematic for people to lose their vision? Just like in Minazuma?
Wow, who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, don't blurt it out, Paimon. It's rude to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
I'm good. You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
Gonna get a magic show.
On air, yes. So let's go ride the Aquabus.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it is underground. Wondering if would have access to the waypoint. At least I got that. Okay, I already took the Aquabus and got the waypoint, so I could just teleport directly to where I need to go.
Whoa. performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Did you just say something, Paimon?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Strange. Whose voice was that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Ah! Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
I mean, she is a performer here, right?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
By the way, Lynette, you seem to hear the faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Seemed as if the voice is coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
You know, I actually thought about, when you're sad and happy. I didn't think about when you're scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
That's an interesting explanation.
So, what did the voice say?
Seemed to be calling out someone's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Can't actually go in the building. Maybe it could have been in the building before. I just never checked. I guess I just never needed to.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure. Best get busy.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
Front row seats. Why do I feel like this might be a setup? I'm always skeptical with these type of things, but I feel like this is not gonna be a normal show. We'll see.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
That's crazy. That's a lot of room. Dot, dot, dot.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Isn't that usually your job?
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
This is getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Oh, that sounds like a very important person.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
Yeah, good question.
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before! Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
That'd be great, Paimon.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Yes, those are fake visions.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
And there a pair of clothes though? Her clothes were still in the tank. Yeah, I wonder if like I wonder if this is like a magic trick from like a real life magician.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Hyman didn't see him do anything! Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a show. No wonder he's a famous magician.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Hyman couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance.
I'm more curious why the Hydra Archon was really surprised. You would think she kind of would know what the trick is.
But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap!
That was actually what my guess was in my head.
Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box.
I'm just surprised he announced it so early before actually getting the audience in there.
Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see. I'm sure we can spot how he does it. Well, if we could, then he's not a good magician, right?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector.
It's probably gonna be me.
It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate.
I feel like it's either gonna be me or the Hydra Archon. Those are like the 2 most big, surprising selections.
Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute.
Ah, so I guess it wasn't.
Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
She seems
Alright.
nervous.
Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
Link is prepared. But the whole crowd counted together. You couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
$54, $53, $52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
They here?
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
It's all part of the show.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Did it come from the stage?
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17!
I feel like normally you won't be able to hear that.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
What? Something tells me that isn't part of the performance.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
I don't know why she's hesitating a little bit.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
And to pull it off like this, in front of the audience, including the Archon and the Chief Justice?
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale, did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
She was so confident earlier, but under like an actual crime, it sounds like she's actually not sure. Yeah, she's kind of flustered.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Linny.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
I'm totally not the right person to be a lawyer. Especially I'm a random traveler, but I guess if no one else can do it better than... No one else can do it, I guess I'm the only one that can do it. Well, yes I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal.
I was hoping he would know what's going on.
I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
Hard to say.
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to grasp the situation. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yes, it is very strange, but there's no denying that what happened.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
I wasn't expecting her to pull out those kind of glasses. Where did she even get them? Yeah, where did you get those glasses, Paimon?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I won't let you down. I'm used to sort of... I'm totally not used to this type of sort of thing. What they're talking about? I mean, I saw mysteries and stuff before, but not this kind of mystery. And I mostly kind of, kind of solve lost situations by combat.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
It's problematic with this whole thing. Kind of need to know how the trick all works, right? To kind of know how it kind of got manipulated in the first place.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
Why was Cow inside? Wasn't the girl supposed to be in there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
Not convincing, Paimon.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
But people can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Oh, a case record. We're gonna actually look up clues. Okay, I guess this is all a new mechanic thing to do investigations. This is actually kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting this with the new region. Oh, fireworks launch at the tail end of the match performance. Kawa, who was within it, it seems like the evident that Linny was the likeliest to use as the prop to commit the crime. However, the reason for the victim being Kawa and the reason for the chosen lady to disappear remain mysteries. The deceased of one of Linny's assistants named Kawa was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props. as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. So, what's crazy about this is actually, for me, if I was to think of who the most likely suspect would be, it would be Kawo, actually, because he was the one who's checking all the props and stuff like that. And things went wrong, right? But here's the thing: the cow we saw had a mask on, so the person who was checking the props and such might not even be Cow at all. Cow could have been out like in the swap box this whole time. So say if that girl was in the other box, got swapped by Cow, then Linny swapped with Cow at that point in time, then Cow will be in that box. That's the only way I could think of how Cow was in the box when this accident happened. So whoever the suspect is the person behind the mask. But who is the person behind the mask if it wasn't Cow? Hey. But yeah, how they do the swap is also a factor, right? If it's just a plain magic type of thing, like actual magic and not like a illusionary trick.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Linny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or it almost feels like someone had to like cut the rope a bit, and then the fireworks actually, hit that cut end.
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa! Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Seems to be flammable. Like a type of flash cotton. Okay. So not exactly cut, but still made easily flammable or easily snappable when caught in flame.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
Yeah, so at least we know for sure that this is all intentional. But again, while it can still be Linny and Lynette, it really is, I think, the person behind the mask. That part, the Traveler hasn't figured out yet. Okay, perception. Talk with the officer, but let's keep on looking around here first. Broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Look at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. This is where the magic box was struck, but if Carl weren't inside the box at the moment, he must have dodged the falling water tank. Yeah, still, even if I'm thinking it has to be someone that knows Linny's trick in the first place to even decide how do this whole thing, right? Because you would have to know like the placement of where the water tank would be, where the magic box swapping box would be. So he knows. So I feel like it's someone that Linny knows. Okay. Is everything here? I guess we just have to start talking to the guards.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks. Sorry for bothering you.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Pretty obvious that what that does. Yeah, that one that's so a surprise, because I kind of feel like most of the time when you get like a volunteer audience, it sometimes most likely is just another one of their assistants being picked. For you.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Did you tell us who she is?
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
Huh.
Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Name is Painter. I mean, it seems obvious, right? That if Linny is somebody who's trying to capture the murderer probably knows Linny enough to sneak into his performance, right? Pretend to be his assistant. Problem is, even though I know it's all intentional and it's probably not Linny, but someone that's trying to frame him, it still doesn't tell us who he could possibly be. There's no hints of that yet. Look for clues inside the opera house. Still more clues? Oh, I should probably look at the other box, actually. Yeah, I thought so. Looks like an ordinary boss, but Lee somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it? Oh, I can't look that deeply into it, huh? Okay, wait. Should I look at that girl's seat?
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Oh, actually, the map tells us where to actually go look for the clues. At least I thought so.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
Who's this guy?
I don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it.
It's part of the firework.
It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
He also doesn't know that we looked at the rope and the rope is clearly burnt.
That does remind Paimon though. What was with that sound?
Yeah, it could be... Yeah, it could be the firework, but yeah, the sound... I'm trying to think of what else it could be. It could be many other different things. It didn't really sound like a popping sound, right? It did sound like a thud. Back here? Oh, I can actually check all the way over here.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the moor about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need.
You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine. Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rasula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Oh, so she's thinking alike with me.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now! But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Right, good night, Squall. Thanks for hanging around. Okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that...
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
Not always.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent.
Yeah, the problem is if you try to look for, making it to entertainment, people could be more interested in the most entertaining result more than the truth.
No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Oh, you just completed yesterday. Yeah, try not to spoil for me. This is, it's been interesting so far.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
I guess I'm still looking for clues. Over here?
Sorry, but
No one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Well, the question is if there's any other exits in the Opera House.
Note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Talk to Linny now.
Things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this? Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well? Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Wait, does that mean there's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I was thinking, like, is it like an elevator down and like a minecart carrying the box to the other side? Like the time is to move the girl, but it doesn't explain how fast he was able to move to the other box. Oh, I see. Ha, that's the trick. So he must have already been moving. Wait, maybe not. There's one thing that he was moving and they had like a little voice recorder thing kind of announcing out, but he did like, you know, pop out. I was like, oops, I'm not ready yet. So that still is a question of how he got across to her box so quickly. But moving her, that one's a little bit more understandable. And hello, more say. Yeah, this passage linked the two boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The two magic boxes are positioned right above the two entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
And what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
Ah, okay. So was the part where we saw him pop the box, was that like a mirror illusion?
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
Oh, so she was just really good at disguising herself to look like Linny.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Ah.
That's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into this.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
Yeah, well, easily if you swap the girl with Linny's assistant underneath during transit, then that'll be the easiest way to say that they that's how they kidnapped the girl.
Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Okay. There's a lot to look. What does this do? This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Examine the ladder. Ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Drop hook rope. Oh, it seems like it's one of the key evidence. Broken vase?
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
I mean, even though you have two... Okay, so it's not two boxes traveling on the car, it's just one box. The participant's box traveling down and going up that way. Lenny just needs to climb down the ladder and climb up this ladder again to the other box. It's interesting because this trick could only work on very specific stages. Okay, I guess that's nothing. Oh, there's a vent? Escape?
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, this space would be too narrow.
Good point.
There are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, Lene and Lynette were in the two magic boxes.
Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down.
Still looking for more clues? There's a cloth?
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
They didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore. seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
Like, did she change clothes at one point? Easily, if you were, let's say if you were that girl, right? And you know how this trick works. And you know, like, being in that seat is where you need to be for that trick. And you could possibly frame, Linny for all of this. Because we didn't see... You would assume that the suspect would be a male person kidnapping a woman, right? But it could be also a woman the painter kidnapping people as well. Because if you know the trick, right? When you go down here, you get out and you change clothes to get from the sky so you can get out of the theater, but saying you're another person and you look different too, so you'd be a little bit hard to recognize. But then you would need to somehow get the other the assistant in that box somehow instead, and at the same time have enough time to set off the firework to hit the rope. But that's well, that's a possibility. That's a huge leap. Because in the end, I really don't know what kind of motive she would have for doing this, unless she's just kidnapping people for her painting. But that's kind of a lot for a painter to do.
Ascertain the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice will too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
I guess I'm stuck here until this trial is over.
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point! That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Hello, Linda. It's been a while since I last saw you. You're the other person that you mainly Yalan, right? Now that's not the time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
Oh, I'm excited for this.
Quite the interesting group.
Yeah, it must be a Spina de Rosa thing. Macaroons?
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
It looks...
When you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
It's pretty big for macaroons.
But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
That's crazy cool if someone can actually do that in real life. Yeah, I know macaroons are kind of hard to make.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Oh, thank you.
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people. The missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel. resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There is no evidence that this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
Yeah, but she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked. That's true because it said that she never had any direct like connection with the magicians, right? So she was very nervous when she went down the box. There could be a there could be a point where she tried to panic and try to get out of the box while the assistant was trying to, fix the situation, but end up getting into the box himself. And after everything went down and went wrong, that she decided to look for a disguise or some other clothes to kind of get away because she didn't want to get in trouble for the murder of Cowl. So that might be a possibility, but it still doesn't explain like who would burn the rope to drop the water tank down in the first place. That's one thing I haven't figured out. Like, why would that happen? It feels like there has to be a third person involved if that was the case.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Rodin Shogun? Yeah. Hey. Yeah, welcome to my channel. I think you're new here. At least I have not seen your name before. Do you need your soil? Rodin Shogun. Like, I know. What? What does that mean?
Were we not thorough enough in our search?
I feel like there has to be a third person involved.
From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No! Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine, eat them. Yeah. Everybody knows how much you love eating.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well,
snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area.
Is that not a weird mystery itself? The two missing macaroons? I mean, most likely Paimon probably did eat without counting correctly.
I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
Yeah.
Take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Really? Paimon's notes.
Whoever the murderer was. What? This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod!
Rope that has fallen to the ground. A metal hook that's been tied to one end of the rope.
This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. This rope was obviously tampered with. Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved.
Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter who came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Lenny's magic troupe.
We all heard that noise, didn't we? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either.
Neither Kawa nor Halsey has a motive. Is there really no third person?
Tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work. That's...
Wait, there's more clues I could find? I kind of want to see that basement. Can I not go see the basement? Man, it looks like I can't really investigate anymore either. Maybe I just gotta wait, and then there'll be more to do, or more to find. Based on what we have so far, I don't think it's enough to really figure it out. Either we have to find some evidence that there is a third person, or figure out whether Kawa or Halsey has anything to do with this. And, well, Kawa's most likely dead, so it sounds like the only person left would be Halsey that could have done all of this. Right, she's still missing too. Let's go ahead and do 4 time. Yeah, technically, Housley has a reason to do this if she has been the person involved with all the serial, like, missing girl murder. It's not murder case, just missing girls cases, right? And she's trying to pin it on someone else by doing this to frame Linny.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Okay, so let's assume it is Housley. She probably used the hook to get out of the box. Probably, right? But ended up knocking the vase down, which broke. But she changed her clothes, and then after she got out and made the switcheroo, she shot a rocket or some kind of fire. It could even be a fire spell, not even a rocket, but they said it was a rocket, right? Firework, which landed and killed Coswell, who was probably down there trying to fix the situation.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Was that the vase? Now, how could Liddy not know the sound if it was actually down there? Then it was above, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
He probably represent the Oratus stand on the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
They're Fatui?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
Wondering when I get to make decisions.
Lander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Lyney and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Linney has concealed his identity, this could all have been set up beforehand. Really? That's what my character would think? Lost child in here in Fontaine, along with the other house operatives, there must have been some scheme at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Another day already. Sign of when I need to go to sleep. I'm stuck here.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Well, technically, I don't think it really matters so much either, whether for Tui or not.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vtui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
How can we know that this isn't all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. Magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least...
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Ah, they had their own agenda this whole time.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Okay, so that's why he didn't hear the thud. And what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Ortis operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Vtui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe that judgment will be dispensed as it should.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment is almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Mysterious voice in the chamber.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Based on the opposition's account event, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence in the clues obtained during the investigation to prove any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with the new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The orators will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all the incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
That's actually very convincing.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linney experienced and what he saw.
I mean, he entered the tunnel. So that's technically probably true, right? But attacking Halsey is the part we're trying to refute. Is there a loophole here? What evidence? Okay, we'll worry about that one later, but for sure we could say that the kidnapping... Oh, the blue. The blue actually already gave us a little hints. I mean, what kind of evidence will we have to show that they haven't fight? That's the problem. So it's very hard for me to kind of break that one. Linney was really in the tunnel during that time. I mean, that you could say Linney's statement, right? Like, can we really use that?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Not that one. I was blind to Housley. Wait, that's like the right one. The mysterious voice from the chamber that houses the core. How is that evidence that's useful to this? Oh, hello, Clara Smith. Welcome to my channel. I think this is the first time I've seen you around here. I'm trying to figure out this mystery right now. But yeah, try not to spoil it for me. I'm trying to figure it out myself. During the switching performance, there was a thud. I heard. Wait, is the evidence all? Okay, we have 5 different ones. Is it just a matching game, really? I'm like kind of still trying to figure out how everything works right now with this whole case for Genshin. Have you done this yourself, actually? I mean, what can you do about Lini knock? How do you prove that none of this happened? Lini and Housley fight, but Lini claimed that he heard nothing in order to cover up the truth. Everyone left the opera house during the magic show. I mean, if no one left, right, then you can't really say that she got kidnapped.
Seems this won't produce.
Not enough, though? Soon as the countdown began, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's true. Oh, how is my life doing? I'm doing pretty good so far. No one has left the opera house, the magic show. Magic prop activated the water tank. The existing evidence indicates that Lini returned to the tunnel. The crime has already been taken place, and all Lini saw was... Okay, the order of things. So by the time he came back, he saw the vase and the clothes, right?
Lini did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Okay, so I got 1 down. So it's not really what I'm telling to the crowd. It's more of what I'm trying to figure out the truth myself before I actually like tell people the key point of the truth, right? So I just need to figure that out. Even if I know the truth, I don't need to really tell everybody what exactly all happened. I just need to know the story myself. Let's see. Okay, well I have like, there's 5 evidence and there's 5 loopholes to break. So this is literally just a matching game at that point then. So the strange sound... Wait, can I use this for the first one? Nope. mean, what would the voice kind of refute, though? The voice either entrances and exits through the house. No? Lenny was in the tunnel. You would think that would refute that bottom part where he's kidnapping her. How long have you been streaming in general? I think I've been streaming for like 3 hours already. So yeah, I did like Spiral Bits earlier, and now I'm doing Fontaine main story. I'm in like this case right now where I'm trying to solve a mystery of a girl who got kidnapped, and at the same time a murder that happened. And this right now is what is being accused, what's happening, what happened, but I'm trying to prove that this actually didn't really happen by the evidence that I have. It's just kind of really hard for me to kind of know what evidence is actually would prove that this story is incorrect or wrong. I mean, the one thing I could do is just brute force it all. Okay, let's see. What evidence do I have? So this one, it's obviously the clothes. So he saw the clothes after he left. Or after he, Oh, I just need to place it all in the right order? So the strange sound, when did that happen? That happened... Wow, it was in the tunnel? No. That's the thing, I haven't really figured out what could have caused that sound. I would assume that would be the firework. Meticulous design magic prop activated, causing the water tank to crash down, making everything seem like an accident. I mean, what would the voice even...
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Yeah, so he heard the voices during the kidnapping. The thud is actually something that happened while I was in the room.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Are we actually going to tell them? I was wondering whether we keep it a secret, but I guess not.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
I mean, the problem I have with that is that's mostly all hearsay, right? Like that could all been made up from his statement. He didn't like mention anything that until way later.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you did say that Call will bump into Linny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask?
Yeah, to answer your question, I did make my model myself with a couple of tools.
You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. Which of the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? With a strange sound during the magic show, right?
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murder was. I can actually decide that? Select the answer with all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Unless you answer all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. Artist's investigative report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspending the water tank above stage. This causes the water tank to fall and kill Caldwell in the box below. If Linny was no longer under suspicions, only members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. Then he gave a detailed account how the trick was supposed to work by using a box inside a box. Idea was for the box to contain the audience member to be transported via tunnel underneath. Lena himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would have taken the charge on stage. So wait, so I guess the other story would be maybe the assistant Cowell was actually the person who was trying to tamper with everything and all, right? He was trying to kidnap the girl, but the girl managed to kind of escape and, left him inside the box. And by the time, Cowell was trying to escape, it was already too late. He got smashed by his own tampering of the equipment. And the girl, realizing what has happened, she was trying to, but wait, why would she, you only have a minute. Why would she try to change her clothes? Unless the guy was trying to change her clothes somehow. Oof. Clothes belong, yeah, that's the weird thing. The whole clothes thing is what bothers me. Like, if it's all like an accident and misunderstanding, she technically would have been innocent. She should have been fine. The lady who went missing were found in the tunnel. The reason for the remains, this remains unknown. Who was the person who could possibly have committed the crime? But I mean, him tampering with it was a big part of it. Wait, what's this one right here?
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
They said that it wasn't really...
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper...
Select them?
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
I can include detailed information. I just had to put it together.
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
A coup? Okay.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny.
I cannot prove that there was an alteration in the tunnel.
The sound we heard may have come from a... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Oh, maybe I should just say that he wasn't there, right? So it has to be one of the other two.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have...
Wait. Can I not move things around? How was plan and situation inside the tunnel? Wait, can I? Okay, I can switch around.
The opera house through... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Use the prime one.
His clothing was in the tunnel. So the...
Okay, I can answer the questions differently. Okay, I see. So I'm not just randomly just mixing the things all together. Can we envision Linny as being unable to interfere in the crime?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash, but it would have been tough for both people to fit into that. The sound we heard may have come from a... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Okay, we already know that.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that
How do we prove there's an alteration in the tunnel?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Let me answer our questions very quick.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the opera house through its...
She's still there. Yeah, one is wrong. Wait, both of that was wrong?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract it.
Not the clothes? Okay, it's maybe not the clothes then. It's
It would have been tough for both people.
It's the fact that she didn't go through the tunnel. No? Even aside how he died, Carl had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could have most likely been the sound of Koa and Halsey struggling. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. It could have given time for Kawa to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stand. But according to Garda's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he has taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been a full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would have been discovered.
Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Oh, I see. I'm missing a piece of evidence, so I can't actually give... I was doomed to fail in the first place.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Oh yeah, how did she escape from the water tank?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold it. On a second.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Huh? Wait. Oh, the vase wasn't there initially. But I guess that's new because we realized this must be involved with the escape.
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Kawa's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Who is the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution? Obviously the water.
From the primordial sea should already have been prepped before
What item did... Oh, it's the water. Oh, okay, something to time it.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
It was another box, right? What the item?
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Somehow the hook was used
Now it seems
to time
like
it?
the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The water from the primordial sea.
What item did the culprit used to hide the mechanism behind the crime? Oh! The hook tilted the vase?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another. Lynette was in the magic box. I remember there was something else within the inner. Now it seems like the hook rope.
Ah, those are wrong, huh? Man, is something else also missing?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage.
To control the timing of the dissolution. Unless the hook was involved.
The rope was not. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped.
What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime?
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on. I remember there was something.
I would just pretty much did that by like cross elimination. I actually haven't figured out my stuff yet.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again!
See, Paimon knows.
The original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, The water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Vtuber is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Ah, interesting. That's a very good, crazy hypothesis coming out pretty quickly.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
That's gonna be kind of hard to kind of prove wrong.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move... Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
But what in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry, Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
That's it? Just a click?
And voila.
And Housley will be in there. Yep.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Oh, I totally forgot her. It's because she looks like, you know, any other generic NPCs in the game. And it's been, what, like a whole, like, month since that happened? So it didn't even occur to me that that might be a part of it. I was fooled. I thought she had nothing to do with Linny's performance. Now that I know that she knows a little bit, or met Linny, then she must have known the trick. I mean, I was thinking it was her initially, then like the evidence kind of pointed her not to be her, and kind of pointed more towards Cowell. But anyways, this is part of it. So both Cowell and her are part in this whole thing.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me.
Okay, so you didn't premeditate this.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes.
Okay, well, that explains why she ran. That's the one thing that confused the heck out of me. I was mostly right about how Kawazo was like trying to kidnap her, but he failed. So I got that part right. It's just, I didn't understand what Hazley or Lillian's motive and reason for hiding was.
I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
So he was experimenting to see whether she could be dissolved, but it just didn't happen, apparently. If they practice hand at concealment properly, yeah, a professional thief could make it work.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, That makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it's time to refute the Hydra Archon's peers' reasoning. I feel sorry for the water Archon now.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
Okay, answer to him, that's true. How's it dissolved? That's not true anymore. I guess none of this evidence has to kind of point that. Yeah, because she just changed her clothes, right, and hid in the box. Okay, wait. Let me look at everything else first. In fighting between Linny and Kawa, that never happened. Hi Z, you're new here. Probably the viewer with the shortest name ever in my channel that I've seen so far. But welcome to my channel. This is like very late at night. I normally don't stream at this time. But like this whole trial thing has kept me up, so I've been going at it. Hopefully I can solve this soon. Okay, from her perspective, it's crazy because I'm using the exact same evidence that we saw earlier. Hold on. I mean, based on like what she just said, it would already prove a lot of these are wrong already, but I'm not given the evidence that would help support that. I haven't played Genshin in months. Whose banner is it right now? It's the... If you've been watching me play, it's that judge. I forgot what his name was, but that judge in the middle of all of this. Actually, you know what? I haven't even tried the character yet. I've been forgetting I need to try the character out, so I know exactly what he does. Yeah, he's Fontaine's chief judge. I remember his role, I just forgot his name. It starts with an N. It's a very long name. Could easily show it to you if I, you know, wasn't in the middle of the trial. Ashley solved. Drop rook hook. Okay, I guess I gotta think about the events of things that did happen, right? Rather than trying to not prove that these didn't happen. Hook?
Seems this won't produce a particularly...
And the broken vase was evolved too, right? Nope. Strange sound. Do we actually figure out what the strange sound was yet? That was the... There was infighting, right? The vase itself? The rope that drops on the ground. I'm like stunned that the random number like selector is even in here. I'm like, what does that have to do with any of this? It happened way earlier before any of these things were mentioned. I'm trying to think of what like the order of where all the evidence would happen.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Yeah, I'm pretty much overwriting the story rather than trying to like prove that these didn't happen.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann and Cowell.
And she changed her clothes.
Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Ann had not dissolved. He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket.
Oh, interesting. So only people from Fontaine would get dissolved by the water? Huh, I wouldn't have known that.
Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily-Ann back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the way I need to think about this, right, is I'm not like refuting a node in out of these selections that I'm given. I'm refuting parts of the whole story, which is what I didn't really get, right? I need to rewrite the story to kind of match my story instead. But it's just weird that you kind of have to guess where the timing of where the nodes, the timing of the events are, and kind of guess where they should be fit it into to make your sense of your story more believable.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
Ah.
Sneaky thief.
I knew that those macaroons has something to do with this thing. I just couldn't figure out why. Like I knew, like, I had a sneaky suspicion that the suspect might have something to do with what happened. But I was like, why would you steal macaroons?
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended, As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
Yeah, no kidding.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes?
Cops are trying to take advantage of the situation? Oh my god.
Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Turn into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
Pretty much the person who's, you know, the suspect for the whole, like, missing girl cases wanted to get involved and try to hide their track by pinning on Linnea as well. So it's funny, even though this case was not involved, like, you know, Housley and Kawa weren't involved with trying to pin Linny, what they kind of were trying to, Kawa still was trying to pin Linny, but for a different reason.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
Well, yeah, actually, Kawa was working with this person, right? So I guess it's still are kind of involved. It's just the person who is partnered with him is they're trying to cover their tracks.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Do we have another case?
We're just going back now?
Problem seems to have been solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
Just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
Yeah?
I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift.
I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Is someone watching my stream like joined my world? Gonna get in trouble right now. I didn't know people could join me during like mid cutscene like this. Yeah, so what happened after that? I'm guessing the Fatui saved them.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
Saw in the past though. Knave is after the Gnosis, isn't that she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Sorry. I still can't completely trust you.
It's alright, I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Goodbye.
Bye, Linny!
Did something break? Something probably did break. Yeah, so a random person joined my world to take my starfishes. Did I break the game? I guess somebody joining my world when mid cutscene wasn't supposed to happen. I broke something.
So, we're just going back now?
Oh,
That's...
Traveler,
started over because of someone joining me. Okay, I gotta skip everything.
I know you may not want to speak to me, but still. Let me thank you again for I guess. I didn't approach you with any. As for why that was how Father, who you might know as.
The knave?
Wait.
The one who controlled.
That's right.
Can I skip?
And since we're here, I was wondering. Back when our
Nope,
parents
it's not like a
survive,
cutscene or animation that I could
to
skip.
my surprise, before long.
So you went from.
That was how we felt, but he would come.
That doesn't seem.
After I waited a long. The answer he gave me.
Oh no.
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. I managed to all I saw.
So.
That's right. Father, the House of the Hearth. I was hesitant, but she was also.
Oh. So that's how the.
She has gained permit.
So.
That's right. Today's case has all of us housemates to us orphans.
So. From small deeds like distributing magic.
It's all right. I just hope you can understand. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to.
Bye, Linny.
Leave the opera room. I should probably also where did I change it? Change my multiplayer settings so that people just doesn't randomly join.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well,
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Linny. I wasn't necessarily looking into the serial disappearance case.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah,
Oh, she's disappointed.
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so, let's go have that meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Oh. I complete. I'm assuming this is part where 4.0 story would have ended. And this next section would have been where the next, where 4.1 story starts. But I need to kind of talk to some people who has played ahead of me and completed 4.0 before I attempted to do this main story, or before 4.1 came out. to know where 4.0 ended with. It's very late, so I'm trying to find the right place to stop. I think if I just wanted to, oh, okay. Just wanted to know what happens, what would trigger the next story. So it seems like I just need to go in there to trigger the next story, so I won't accidentally trigger it. So that's a good thing. So this is probably a good place right here to stop and kind of, yeah, talk to people to see what's, like, what happened before 4.1 came out, when it's the stopping point, and figure out where to go from there. I think, yeah, the next time I stream more Genshin, obviously I'm gonna be, you know, continuing the main story a bit more. There is an event that came out, but I know there's a time gate, and I don't think there's a rush for me to kind of do it right now. Back to Monostat really quick. Oh, more importantly, what I wanted to figure out is whether I unlocked commissions from Fontaine. Nope, still not yet. Yeah, that's the first time I did that part. So that means I'm done with commissions for today then? Yeah, it looks like I'm done with commissions for today. Like in the middle of it resetting today too.
Thank you for
Okay, that's done. I'm gonna go ahead and also condense resin since I have enough for condense for now. Not enough time to really do it. I'm trying to end as soon as I can. I guess this is a good thing I waited to today to do Spiral Abyss, so now it actually counts towards the battle pass. Let's see, is there anything else I'm forgetting? Actually, there's no way for me to actually know. What's this? Side quest? Yeah, I think it's just, I just need to kind of ask around, figure out where the stopping point is, and then also figure out how to unlock the commissions from Fontaine. Not that it matters since I already did the commissions today. So yeah. We'll figure that all out later. But anyways, hopefully today's stream has been enjoyable. I did go overtime to get it done, but I was like, kind of weird to kind of walk out from all of that, right? So I just kind of went ahead and keep going. Hopefully I get enough sleep and don't have not be too sleepy for tomorrow's stream. So tomorrow I should be streaming Baldur's Gate with Tomoe and Jay. Yeah, continue our like multiplayer campaign run together, and we'll see how that goes. But I think we most likely are going to be heading into the Underdark. If you're excited to see that in Baldur's Gate Act 1, which I believe is like the halfway point of Act 1. At least that's what I've been told. But yeah, that's going to be new territory for me because I have barely explored the Underdark myself. I just seen people do stuff over there on other people's stream, but there's only so much I can like get what's going on. And as for Genshin, when the next time I stream Genshin, it would most likely be
embraces its duty
on a Sunday. Yeah, most likely be on Sunday, so 2-3 days from now. But if not Sunday, then most likely Tuesday. But yeah, we'll see how that goes from there. For now, just expect a bunch of Baldur's Gate streams, then Genshin afterwards, after the weekend. Alright, I think that's it for now today. So, again, thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the future later. NoukonNeko signing out. Bye-bye.
A blade is like a tea leaf.
Forgot.
Only
My
those
button
who
isn't working.
times can appreciate its true qualities.